Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the December 4th meeting of the Arkansas State Highway Commission. I'm Alec Farmer, Chairman of the Commission. We're running a few minutes behind because we had an overflow crowd this morning, so we're trying to accommodate everyone here with a place to sit. This will be our final meeting of the year. I appreciate everyone who is joining us today, whether in person or by way of live stream. A quick reminder for everyone presenting or speaking today, please make sure your microphone is on and that you speak as directly as possible into it. To begin things today, as we often do, I'd like to entertain a motion to continue usage of electronic signatures for the signing of the minute orders. Do I have got a motion, a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes. We'll continue to do that. We're going to take a deviation from the regular agenda, and before we get started with that, I'd like to pause for just a quick minute and recognize Director Tudor. On November 7th of this year, the Associated General Contractors of Arkansas awarded Director Tudor with their SIR, Skill, Integrity, Responsibility Award. Receiving this award is the highest honor AGC can give to a person outside of their association. The SIR Award is nationally recognized and is presented to individuals whose leadership and activities have enhanced the construction industry. In the 90-year history of Arkansas's AGC, the SIR Award has only been given to 23 recipients. The last time it was awarded was 9 years ago. Past recipients include Governor Bill Clinton, Senator Dale Bumpers, and architect Ed Cromwell. Director Tudor is the first female recipient of the SIR Award. In a statement about this year's award, AGC Arkansas commented that Director Tudor is a visionary leader, role model, and mentor for many. They also highlighted that she has been a champion for innovation and technology and has embraced new methods and tools to improve efficiency and safety. Director Tudor was nominated by Don Weaver, President of Weaver Bailey Contractors. We're proud of her accomplishments and would like to take this moment to congratulate her for attaining this prestigious award.
Thank you so much. This award means more to me than it's hard to put into words, because when I first became director, Keith Gibson and we are actually in Washington, D.C. with the staff, and he wanted to go get some coffee. He just wanted to talk to me a little while, and he said, "What are some of your goals as director?" And I said, "I would like to improve our relationship with our contracting industry." Do you remember that, Keith? And you said, "I like that goal. That's a good goal." And to get this at the end of my career is so honoring and so humbling. It's just, it's hard to express that all of our efforts, and it wasn't just my efforts, it was the commission, the staff, and the contracting industry. They met us more than halfway. We were all wanting to improve the relationship. And to know that we accomplished that is very, very important to me. And I just want to say thank you to Don Weaver for nominating me and to AGC for voting for me. I will always treasure this nice young man with big, well, the chairman's a lot younger than me too, but look, I want y'all to look at this. I mean, they said they're going to have to change the award now that the first woman got it. So we'll put a skirt on it, a little wig or whatever. But anyway, he's a handsome guy, and I'm gonna have him proudly on my shelf at home. So thank you very, very much.
It's well deserved, Laura. All right. Next up, I'd like to the minutes of the October 2nd, 2024 meeting. So, okay, got a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion or any changes? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Now consideration of the minute orders. Again, if you have any questions about the minute orders, please ask to be recognized. I'll now ask Dave Parker, our Public Information Officer, to read the minute orders.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Minute Order 1, as always, simply approves the actions of the purchasing committee. Minute Order 2, this minute order gives authorization to promulgate or make public the amended Rule 21, overweight vehicles carrying forestry equipment, and to submit to the Administration Rules and Regulations Subcommittee of the Arkansas Legislative Council for its review and approval. Minute Order 3 calls for the approval to enter into agreements with permit applicants for the roadway main assessment payments. This is through December 31st of 2026. Minute Order 4, authorization to enter agreements and contracts with TAP, the Transportation Alternative Program and Recreational Trails Program sponsors for the projects recommended for award. Minute Order 5 gives authorization to enter into agreements with the appropriate agencies to provide additional or equivalent congestion mitigation and air quality CMAQ funds for use by the Central Arkansas Transportation Study and the West Memphis Marion Area Transportation Study for federal fiscal years 2025 through 2028. Minute Order 6 comes out of Districts 6 and 8, approval to enter agreements with MetroPlan to develop a Central Arkansas Strengthening Mobility and Revolutionizing Transportation Streets Plan, SMART, and Regional Intelligent Transportation System Architecture Update. Minute Order 7 out of Miller County. This minute order calls for a transfer agreement with Miller County to transfer the old Garland City Weight Scales property for the purpose of constructing a memorial and a roadside park in recognition of the 1944 crash of two B-26 bombers. Minute Order 8 from Hot Spring County simply declares a certain tract of land as surplus. Minute Order 9, Perry County, calls for the transfer of land into the hands of Perry County. Minute Order 10 out of Yell County, District 8, declares a tract of land as surplus. Minute Order 11, we go to Madison County. This calls for the transfer of property to the Arkansas Department of Parks, Heritage and Tourism State Parks Division. Minute Order 12 involves a maintenance matter from Ashley County, authorization to identify and acquire the most appropriate location to construct a new area headquarters as funds become available. Minute Order 13, District 3, authorization to purchase additional property adjoining to the existing Nevada County area headquarters and to make improvements as funds become available. Minute Order 14, Boone County, District 9, authorization to proceed with the required work to rehab the district water storage tower as funds become available. Minute Order 15 involves two counties, Benton and Washington, calls for the approval to enter into any necessary partnering agreements with various local entities to construct the final location segment of the Springdale Northern Bypass between Highway 265 and Highway 412 east of Springdale. Minute Order 16, Benton County calls for the authorization to partner with the City of Cave Springs to widen Highway 112 between the Springdale Bypass and West Wallace Road. Minute Order 17, District 10, Randolph County. This minute order calls for authorization to partner with the City of Pocahontas to construct a center turn lane on Highway 67 between McDonald Street and Geneva Drive. Minute Order 18, this minute order calls for a section of Highway 1 near the Northeast Rice and Research Center to be known as the Rice Research Mile. And finally, Minute Order 19, Izard County, District 5. This calls for the naming of the Highway 56 bridge over Piney Creek to be known as 44 Bridge. That is it, Mr.
We're
Chairman.
complete. Okay, thank you. I now ask our Chief Financial Officer, Patrick Patton, to come forward and present us with the State Highway Financial Report.
Good morning.
Morning.
We'll be looking at October data. November wasn't ready with the meeting being so early in the month, so we'll be looking at the October numbers. The first slide, we look at our operating expenses budgeted versus actual by budget category. So you'll see it for the director, chief admin, et cetera. Overall, we're tracking, as expected. Overall, we're 12.6 million under budgeted versus actual expenses. The second slide slices it a little differently by operational category. Our standard maintenance operations, admin, and budgeted construction. Same outcome, down 12.6 million versus budgeted, actual versus budgeted for October through October. Now we'll look at our actual revenue, October versus October, so year over year. Motor fuel's down about 11.2 million. Everything else is fairly flat, which results in about a 9.5 million below October of last year. Part of that is due to a settlement with DK Trading, a fuel tax settlement that we had with DK Trading, and they reduced our motor fuel tax to settle that. So that's the difference there. If you look at the next slide, which is budgeted versus actual, same thing, we're down about 11 million with motor fuel, up on admin Amendment 101, which is good. We're tracking favorably there. Natural gas severance tax, looks like for the first part of the year through October, we nailed it finally. We're not way off on the budget versus actual. It's at 1.9 million. It is down from previous years, but we've adjusted our budget accordingly. So overall, we're 8 million below budget for actual revenue.
Patrick,
Yes, sir.
on that, how many months, again, refresh my memory, how many months does that include on the October report? Or is that?
4.
4 months, okay.
You made me count on my fingers, but
Well, I was thinking it was 4, but I just want to make sure.
yes, sir. So going to Act 416, the October versus October actual revenue, we're staying flat. It's 700,000 under what it was last year. Looking at the same slide, or the next slide, it's the same outcome. We use the previous year's numbers to figure out our budgeted revenue, 700,000 below budget for Act 416. If you look at fuel consumption, it's down just, in my mind, negligible looking at the numbers. Down 8.4 million gallons for gas, even with alternative fuels, and 6 million above for diesel. So overall, about 2.4 million gallons under consumption October versus October. If you take the rolling 12 months, it's a little different. Comes out on the positive side a little bit. It's a different mix of numbers. Overall, we're about 1% above the previous 12 months for consumption, which is about 22.4 million gallons. Are there any questions? All right.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
Now I'll turn the remainder of the meeting over to Director Tudor.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll have Kevin Thornton, Chief of Administration, to come up and give us an update on federal and state legislative activities.
Thank you, Director Tudor. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, at the federal level, we are still operating under a continuing resolution, or CR. As you can imagine, the election has been the focus of the President, Congress, and the nation. The CR will expire on December 20th. By that time, Congress will need to pass another CR or pass a full year's appropriation bill if the government was to continue to fully operate. So, we will know how Congress elects to proceed in a couple of weeks from now. Now that the election is over, I'd like to give you an update of the members of the 119th U.S. Congress and the 95th Arkansas General Assembly. With respect to the election at the federal level, all of the Arkansas's incumbent U.S. House members won re-election. As a reminder, neither of our senators were up for re-election, so Arkansas's federal delegation remains the same as they were before the election. And now that we know that the Republicans held control of the House and took control of the Senate, we will be watching closely to see who is appointed to key committee positions, such as the chairs of the full committee and chairs of the subcommittees. Another federal update I would like to share with you pertains to a grant application we submitted for the Highway 49 Helena Bridge. Last December, the Federal Highway Administration opened a notice of funding opportunity under the Bridge Investment Program. We applied for a rehabilitation project on the Highway 49 Helena Bridge with the Mississippi Department of Transportation. This bridge is currently rated as poor condition. We have recently been notified that we were awarded a $44 million grant, which will allow us to make structural and general repairs to the bridge. The work is expected to extend the life of the bridge for at least 25 years. The total project cost is estimated to be $57 million, and we will split the remaining cost with Mississippi. The application was strongly supported by Senator Bozeman, Senator Cotton, and Congressman Crawford. We greatly appreciate their support in winning this funding for this important project. Turning our attention to the state level, work for the 2025 general session is underway. In October, our biennium budget was passed out of the pre-session budget hearings. And looking ahead at some of the key dates of the general session, it will begin on Monday, January 13th. The deadline to file constitutional amendments is February the 12th. Appropriation bills must be filed by March 3rd. And currently, the last day of the session is scheduled to be March 14th. When we look at the changes in the state General Assembly from the election, we see that one position in the Senate changed and 13 positions in the House changed. In the Senate, Senator Linda Chesterfield chose not to run for re-election, and she was succeeded by a current member of the House, Representative Jamie Scott. We also, at this time, know the makeup of the Senate Transportation, Technology, and Legislative Affairs Committee. Senator Ricky Hill will be the chair, and Senator Jonathan Dismain will be the vice chair. The other members are shown on the slide. In the House, the 13 outgoing members are shown on this slide. A large majority of these chose not to run for re-election. And the new members are shown on this slide. We are reaching out to these individuals to meet with them and to introduce ourselves to them and introduce the department to them as well.
Kevin,
Yes.
in years past, we've had kind of an orientation out here for new members
Yes.
and existing members that want to come. Are we planning on doing that or continuing to do that?
We are. It's we're looking in January, middle of January, to have that same type session to offer that orientation for any legislators who wish to attend.
And we plan to set it up the way we did before with the,
You've gotten real positive feedback from that, haven't you?
very much.
Yes.
Kevin,
Yes.
do we get these slides?
Yes. We can.
I mean, they're not in our minutes, I mean, in our agenda or anything, right?
That's correct.
That,
Yeah, we can certainly
Yeah.
provide that to you.
I'd like to. A lot of these people, I hear their name, but I don't know what they look like, and it'd be good to
Name
be
was
able to
close.
recognize them, I guess, sometime whenever we see them.
Absolutely, we'll be sure to get that to you. Yes, sir. And next, we have the House Public Transportation Committee. The Speaker designate of the House has not announced who will be the chair and vice chair. We expect to hear who will hold these positions when the session begins. By the way, the chair and vice chair will be selected from the individuals that you see on the screen. We're looking forward to working with each member of the 95th General Assembly. Director Tudor, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Kevin. Next, Crystal Woods will come up. She's our Assistant Chief of Administration, give you an update on the efficiency review recommendation implementation.
Good morning. I'm happy to be with you this morning to share two of the most noteworthy examples of the progress we made in October and November. Recommendation number 3, under the portfolio planning category, said that we should publish the status of construction projects and maintenance activities. As you know, we've been working with Garver to develop a dashboard for this purpose. We finished soliciting input from our key RDOT staff members and stakeholders regarding how the information should be presented to the public. Garver is now finalizing all the data connections and the information into a draft dashboard for final approval. We're working very hard to be able to show you that final dashboard at your next commission meeting. Recommendation number 10, under the information technology category, said we should implement midterm IT initiatives that can optimize business operations. So I'm happy to report that this recommendation is now complete. Over the last year or so, we inventoried all of our applications and databases. We developed a scoring system based on relevance, risk, and cost of ownership. We identified the target state for each one, and then we used a phased approach for migration. So what that actually means is that using a standardized approach, we decided whether to retain each application or database as it currently is, whether we needed to eliminate it or re-engineer it or migrate it to a more modern platform. So on the summary slide, 6 of the 13 recommendations are now complete. 70 of the 90 rules are also now complete. That's a 78% completion rate and a 4% increase since the last commission meeting. And that concludes my report.
Any questions?
Crystal, looking at the report on the last screen, last slide overall, the construction contractor performance measurement, that one's the lowest at 33%, but that's being beta tested right now. So
Number
that
3?
should jump up.
Number 6.
Number 6.
Oh, number 6. Yes. I'm trying to remember the status of that one.
Well, we had a pilot and 6 projects.
Oh,
and
that's
we-
right.
Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, that pilot is complete. Where's Chad?
Chad, can you give an update?
So, yeah, the pilot's complete, that report's been drafted and for implementation and just
Great.
I think with that one, there weren't as many rules to start with, so there may just be 1 or 2 left, but because of the few number of rules, there's not, there's 9 rules and 3 of them are complete, so we have 6 to go.
Excellent.
Yeah.
We really appreciate how much y'all have embraced this process and used it as a great tool for the department. It was great to see where we were and what we needed to do, and these recommendations have been really, really helpful.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
Yeah, well, hopefully by the next meeting, we'll have even more fully complete. So, thank you.
Okay, our next subject will be bid letting update from Kelly Wiley, our Assistant Chief Engineer of Program Delivery.
Thank you, Director Tudor. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Since your last meeting, we have held 2 successful bid lettings. A special letting was held on October 9th, where we awarded the first 4 phases First of 4 phases of the Interstate 49 extension in Crawford and Sebastian counties. This work consists of constructing 3.2 miles of new location, 4-lane divided highway, beginning at Highway 22 and ending at Gun Club Road, which includes a new bridge over the Arkansas River. We look forward to celebrating with the groundbreaking on this project early next year. And work on this project should be completed and open to traffic by late 2029.
Is this yes before the bid letting? There you go.
Oh, you're good. I didn't pay attention. I wasn't paying attention. Yes, ma'am. Our second letting was held in November, where we awarded 24 projects for $93.7 million. This also kicked off the department's 2025 pavement preservation program, which accounted for 17 of those 24 projects, totaling $61 million, that will provide improvements to over 144 miles of state highways. The first project that I would like to discuss brings us to Sebastian County and will repaint the structural steel on the Highway 64 bridge over the Arkansas River in Fort Smith. This preservation work follows the recent deck improvements that were completed in May of this year. We have partnered with the Oklahoma DOT to split the funding for this project 50-50. Work on this project should be completed by late 2026. The next project I would like to highlight is in Boone County. This project will construct intersection and traffic signal improvements at 3 intersections along Highway 65 in Harrison, including a new signal at Airport Road. The scope of work also includes a realignment of Harness Street to tie into the nearby signalized intersection with Hester Drive. The City of Harrison has partnered with the department by providing the funding for that previously mentioned realignment. This work is anticipated to be completed by early 2026. And the last project that I will discuss is in Poinsett County. This project will replace 2 bridges on Highway 118 and will also complete the northern I-555 frontage road between the Highway 135 and the Highway 118 interchanges. The frontage road portion of this project will be completed first to help with traffic control, while the other bridges are being replaced. These improvements should be completed in late 2027. Looking ahead, we're currently anticipating 22 projects totaling approximately $115 million for our January 15th letting. This letting continues our 2025 pavement preservation program with an additional 17 projects totaling approximately $92 million. This concludes my report, Director.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Okay. Next, maintenance activities, presented by Rex Fines, our Chief Engineer of Operations.
Good morning. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chairman. This morning, I'd like to give. I push the button, it comes on. This morning, just to provide a briefing on how we're preparing for winter weather as we come up. Although it has been a warmer than usual fall, I think we all got a good taste yesterday at the ribbon cutting. The winter is just around the corner, and then this morning it was very cold. So RDOT is ready for winter, at least as ready as we know how to be. Our maintenance branch held a joint winter weather preparedness exercise on October 23rd, coordinating with our Traffic Management Center Communications Division. The annual exercise provides testing of our radio networks, our weather reporting on iDrive, and our field crews ensure that our plows and spreaders are in functioning order and calibrated. This also allows our less experienced employees an opportunity to do a dry run for winter weather and get them kind of get it in their mind what they'll be expected to do as they test operation of the stuff, and then they also run the routes that they'll be assigned to. In total, RDOT has 121 salt storage facilities around the state placed at strategic locations, and they hold approximately 84,000 tons of salt total. And then I'll end by sharing just something that we have done at the Capitol. As you can see, both pictures have the Capitol in the background. Recently, we were asked to build a new parking lot and then pave over to help with some work that the Capitol was doing, some expansion work. And our District 1 and 6 crews built the new parking lot just below the multi-agency, multi-agency complex, Big Mac. And then recently have been overlaying the work at the complex. We should finish that up soon. It's almost done, but I wanted to show it off. The picture on the right is in the early stages. It's a very nice asphalt parking lot with steps up to the Big Mac, but these guys have done a great job, and I kind of wanted to show them off. So they should be finishing up, I believe, next week. With that. And then lastly, many of our reports to the commission, we have spoken about safety measures we've taken to protect the traveling public and our workers. Unfortunately, our work areas are still dangerous, and we continue to work on improving that. However, this morning I'm very sad to report to the commission on 2 recent incidents concerning 2 of our maintenance employees. On the morning of October 7th, Terry Skaggs, an employee of District 6, was mowing along Highway 367 here in Little Rock when the tractor he was operating was struck by a loaded dump truck. He is currently hospitalized and in a stabilized condition and showing signs of improvement. And he and his family have a long road of recovery ahead of them. In addition, on the morning of November 26, Brandon Jones, an employee of District 3 bridge crew, was assisting in the removal of a lane closure, and Mr. Jones fell and was struck by a work vehicle, resulting in his passing. Mr. Jones' funeral was held yesterday. I would just ask each of you to remember them and their families as they go through, as Mr. Skaggs go through the arduous time of recovery, and as Mr. Jones and his family and friends mourn his loss. Director, that concludes my report. Unless there's some questions. Thank you.
Of course, I guess I just ask you, as Rex just mentioned, to join me in lifting them up in our prayers, in our thoughts. It's extremely devastating and heartbreaking. We'll do full investigation to see how we could do anything better that could have prevented that or keep it from happening again in the future. Both times it was just routine and everything seemed to be handled the way it should have been. But, you know, our workers put their lives on the line every day when they're out on those roads. It's a dangerous job, and we just can never stop trying to give them the tools that they need and do all we can to protect them. But we appreciate their bravery to get out there to keep our roads safe each and every day for all of us. And so, again, I'll just say that when you see a road worker on the side of the road doing their job, you know, remember to slow down and be courteous the way you drive. And we just ask for that for our workers and for contractor workers. So with that, we'll go on to recent department activities. The Joint Committee on Transportation held a meeting in Fort Smith, Arkansas on October 3rd. It was called by Senator Boyd and Senator Petty. They are very interested in letting that committee know that both of those transportation committees, both the Senate and the House, to understand what's going on in Fort Smith and all the, all the great positive economic development going on, and especially focused on I-49. Vice Chairman Talda was there, and Commissioner Gibson, and RDOT staff was there that day, and it was a great meeting, and then I felt like a very positive meeting. It really showcased what's going on in Fort Smith. Commissioner Gibson, do you have anything you'd like to say about it? I thought it went really well, didn't you?
It was an excellent meeting. I think there were a lot of questions posed to us regarding 49 and the implications of getting 49 completed throughout the state. They weren't just focused on the 14-mile stretch that we're currently working on, but they asked a lot of questions about the potential for completing I-49. As most of you know, the only section of I-49 in the United States that's not completed essentially is this little section in Arkansas of about 150 miles or so. And so they just asked questions. We talked a lot about the economic development impact, particularly that would occur if we could find the funds to get I-49 completed, and how that would impact not only Arkansas but states from the Canadian border to New Orleans in terms of traffic and transportation and shipped goods and that kind of thing, safety components. So a lot of great questions were asked by the Transportation Committee members, a lot of enthusiasm from them. Some of them didn't realize the difficulty that people in the River Valley have in getting to southwest Arkansas, I should say, and how that kind of separates the state in a lot of ways, and how building this highway would create an opportunity for, particularly for western Arkansas, to be able to come together in a lot of different ways that would positively impact the economic development in the state. So it was a great meeting. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed talking to him, Lori, and appreciate your work and Vice Chairman Taldo being there and others. And so had a great time.
Yeah.
Enjoyed it. Very beneficial.
I thought so. Then on October 10th, I spoke to the Conway Business Expo. I'm a standing lunchtime speaker for the event that they hold in Conway. And it's a great networking event for businesses in Conway and the surrounding areas. And we had a good meeting, had a good presentation. I talked about projects in the area as well as our customer service portal, Ask RDOT. November 7th was a very big day for RDOT and our state. That day we celebrated the official designation of US 67 to Interstate 57. We had an all-star lineup for speakers that included our speaker designate Representative Brian Evans, Congressman French Hill, Congressman Rick Crawford, and Senator John Bozeman, along with our Chairman, Alec Farmer. It was a great day. We unveiled the sign and talked about how wonderful it was to finally have an interstate after all the years of work and investment on US 67. It's now finally an interstate, and I'd like and the connection between your dad bringing you out there when you were a small child or a
That wasn't that small. But
that wasn't that small. I can't remember tell that story. I want you.
I was, I guess, senior in high school or maybe, and he just came in and one afternoon and said, "Hey, let's go for a ride." And so we got in the car. Didn't really know where we were going, and he drove down 67 at the time, past Newport, we crossed the river, came on down to where the Bradford access point is, exit 65 now. And the road was under construction, the bridge was under construction, and he just drove out there and, just stopped and kind of admired the cranes in the distance, knowing that we're about to connect northeast Arkansas with the rest of the state. And so it was kind of a touching moment then, and this is just another memorable moment on that journey.
That's right. And a particular shout out to Vivian Wong from FHWA. She was there, but it takes Federal Highway Administration and the
Absolutely.
Congressional delegation to get these things done. So without their support at the federal level,
Act of Congress.
act of Congress, an act of the Federal Highway
That's right,
Administration.
Act of Federal Highways. So.
Yeah.
And someone asked me how we got it done so quick, and I said, first you build an interstate quality highway at 122 miles. That's your first step.
That's right.
And then the rest is easy. So,
Yeah. Yeah. I've got a little video here I'm going to show you to kind of recap the event. This is the celebration of the official designation of Interstate 57. We're celebrating taking off that word future and signing it as I-57 between Little Rock and Walnut Ridge. It's a big day.
Isn't it great to be an Arkansan today? It's not every day that you have a 2-digit interstate designation in your state. And so we're very fortunate and very excited about this.
These aren't glamorous things, but this is the underpinning of our economy. The thing that makes this nation a great nation, the thing that allows us to take care of our families and, all the things that are so very important. The most important has to do with moving infrastructure, their ability to move goods and services. That's what's made our country great.
We know that good roads matter, and connectivity in a supply chain is critical to all of the United States. So today, we celebrate not just a change in a name or a number, but we celebrate a transformation.
To our mayors and our county judges and our legislators, we wouldn't be here without you. It's the advocacy of our mayors, our county judges, our state legislature that produces the priorities for our State Highway Commission. So we're grateful to you for your leadership.
While we've enjoyed a great highway for many years and a corridor that expedited our ability to travel to northeast Arkansas from central Arkansas, what we can say today is economic developers, mayors, county judges, we can now say Interstate 57.
When I-57 is complete, we will have an interstate from Chicago to Little Rock, providing a crucial connection in the country. I would really like to commend and congratulate the Arkansas Highway Commission and the Arkansas Department of Transportation on their many years of planning, persistence, and perseverance to making this happen.
I have not seen that.
Feel like Tim? Okay. Well, thank you for such a great video. He does a great job for us.
Really good.
Really well done. Thank you. And I thought it just put it all together in a nutshell. How important and how exciting that event was that day. So, following that, designation Interstate 57, we broke ground on the first segment of what we needed to do to fill the gap to make it a complete interstate all the way up to the Missouri line with the Corning Bypass groundbreaking celebration. We had Representative Jeremy Wooldridge and Senator Blake Johnson that spoke there that day, along with Chairman Farmer. And again, this would not have been possible without Senator Bozeman and Congressman Crawford. They worked really hard. We were able to get that line, the preferred alternative in place, and get money in place for it. So it was very well attended, and it just felt like the joy and the celebration of that day came through in these photos. So it was just a great day. On November 18th, Vice Chairman Taldo spoke to the Springdale Rotary Club and updated them on the status of Northwest Arkansas projects. And I can see that they're very, very intent on knowing about what was coming up. Chairman, Vice Chairman, did you have a good meeting that day?
We had a great meeting.
Everything
And
was...
our staff had been well prepared and set me up with some excellent slides. They came up to help me, and that kind of made it run a lot smoother. And the best part about it is we ran up to right at 1 o'clock, so we didn't have time for many questions.
At the Good Roads annual meeting on November 20th, I presented to the Good Roads annual meeting. It was held here in Little Rock. I spoke about RDOT's project selection and development process and highlighted a couple of major projects and provided updates on our RDOT Fallen Worker Memorial. Good Roads President Robert Morey. Robert, are you here today? Hey, Robert. He presented Chairman Farmer with a plaque acknowledging his 10 years of service on the Highway Commission. It was a great moment to honor our chairman as he's about to roll off the commission. We're going to miss him so much. But I just can't say enough about Good Roads, the partnership we have with them, how they've helped us with our Fallen Worker Memorial, as well as just being such an advocate for transportation and the Highway Commission and RDOT. We are so blessed to have such a great group that come together with us and help us like they do.
Well, I'll just say that, Arkansas Good Roads Foundation has been in existence a long time. My father was a member of that years ago, and there's some years that I can't really speak to, but I've never seen the organization as active, as productive, as helpful as it is right now under the current leadership. Appreciate you guys very, very much.
So yesterday was the 30 Crossing ribbon cutting. What a great event that was. It was just, it exceeded all my expectations. Parker and his crew put that together. I just thought it went really, really well. We had a great lineup of folks that were talked about the project. I learned about the project just hearing some of those speakers. We had Patrick Schick, the son of former Commissioner Tom Schick. It just was fitting that he would be there because Commissioner Schick was such an advocate for that project and made sure that we found the funding for it to get it off the ground and got it going. And then, of course, Commissioner Holder took that and has kept it going since she became commissioner in his place. Dean Campuris, North Little Rock Mayor Terry Hardwick, Little Rock Mayor Frank Scott, and Senator Linda Chesterfield, and again, Vivian Wong from Federal Highway Administration. We just had a great day, had some great speeches, and then we cut the ribbon on the biggest project we've ever done, our first design build project. And I made a terrible mistake yesterday. I forgot to thank Garver and Jerry Holder. Are y'all here today? Anybody from Garver? They did. Okay. Y'all did those wonderful challenge coins and the cookies. And I know there's also, you've put together a video that I'm going to show you a little clip of it, but it's about a 10-minute video. So y'all need to go out to their website and watch the video when you have some time. But I'm going to show you a little snippet of that right now. But Garver, of course, they just helped us through the design build process, getting that framework set up. They have been such a great partner to the department in helping us be successful in this achievement of the 30 Crossing project. And also they were so generous to come in and help us celebrate in style. So thank you again for that, and I'll show you this video.
When I come down to 30 Crossing, I think of the hundreds of men and women who made it possible. They were down here each and every day working on different aspects of the project. And each aspect of the project was unique. It was complex from an engineering standpoint, and to be able to do that efficiently, safely, in 4 years. It's just amazing. And I hope each and every one of those men and women takes pride in the work that they have given over to the people of Arkansas.
30 Crossing Project paints a very good picture of the expertise of the Arkansas Department of Transportation and the Highway Commission. This being the first design build project in the state of Arkansas, we're proud that the state's capital city continues to lead the way and to demonstrate new trends for the state for others to follow.
What we want to do is make it easier to get Simmons Arena from wherever you're coming from. Dickey Stevens Park, wherever you're coming from. Our downtown Argenta, from wherever you're coming from. And our new conference center that's probably going to be built in the next year and a half. Wherever you're coming from, we want to make it more comfortable, more inviting, easier to get to, safer, and without a doubt, the 30 Crossings is doing all of the above.
Everybody worked together to come up with a solution for the good of the job. And, you know, there wasn't an RDOT camp and a KMC camp and a subcontractor camp or anything like that. I tell you, if you walked into a room on this project, it'd be hard to tell who worked for who because everybody worked together and made decisions for the good of the project. So very good collaboration on this job.
It's actually been 10 years. I was the project manager on the project for the last 10 years, and you know, to drive down the corridor, it's a very rewarding feeling to look at how it functions, and it's exciting. I mean, it's one of those things as an engineer that, you know, I don't know that I can really explain to everybody, but it's a feeling of accomplishment.
Well, I've always said that one of the greatest things about being a civil engineer is that you get to do things that people use. The biggest impact up until this point in my career was I got to design I-49 from the tunnel all the way up to Fayetteville. And then I got to watch my kids drive to college up there. I remember planning that out and being up there and saying, this is going to be one of the most beautiful drives in Arkansas. And it was the same thing with 30 Crossing. As we were putting that together, we were saying, this is going to transform downtown Little Rock. We're going to open this place up. It's not going to have those cloverleaf mounds of dirt down there. But I have to tell you, visualizing it from an engineering standpoint on paper, and even the 3D modeling that we did, it looks better than I thought it was going to.
With any project of this size and scale, there are always going to be challenges. But the teamwork shown by the stakeholders is what made this project a success. We were able to come in under the timeline, and that's a wonderful gift for the people of Arkansas.
Well, what a well-done video. Thank you, Garver, for doing that. The longer version is on our website and their website, so when you get some moment, you should go out there and watch it. I'm going to for sure this afternoon. So with that, let's move on to consultant selections. Minute Order 2015-17 approved on March 15, 2015, authorized the department to request proposals and enter into any necessary contracts for environmental services in accordance with state and federal laws. So we advertised, letters of interest were received from 8 firms, and based on the evaluation of the committee's review, the following 6 firms are being recommended. They're shown there on the screen. I won't read them all off. Next, we have On-Call Cultural Resources consultant selection. Minute Order 2015-17, also approved March 2015, authorized us to go out for proposals and enter into any necessary contracts for environmental services in accordance with state and federal laws. We received letters of interest from 14 firms. We're recommending in going into negotiations with the 7 firms shown there on the list. Consultant selection for on-call independent cost estimating. Minute Order 2024-30 approved in June of 2024, authorized the department to go out for requests for proposals. These consultant selections will be between calendar years 2025 and 2027. Public advertisement was made. Letters of interest were received from 5 firms. We are recommending going into negotiations with 4 of those firms shown on the list there on the screen.
Lord,
Yes.
do we do our own estimates and all that on the right-of-way and utility, moving utilities? Do we do our own, or does a consultant do that?
No, we do our own estimates on what right-of-way will cost and utility relocations. Now, we do use consultants to help us with that sometimes, but we do it in-house as well. It's not one or the other, really, so. Is
Does that work out pretty good?
Yeah. I mean, well, estimating is estimating, you
Yeah,
know.
I understand,
We're always trying to find ways to improve our estimating process, aren't we?
It's got to be hard to keep up with the last 3 or 4 years. I don't know how you do it.
I know it.
I mean, the prices have just been crazy.
Inflation has been something else for sure.
Thank you.
And then finally, our on-call design consultants, we were given authorization, minute order 2024-7 in February 2024 authorizes to go out for requests for proposals. We received letters of interest from 40 firms, and we are recommending these 15 firms you see on the screen to go in to be on our on-call design services list to be used over the next between 2025 and 2028. And with that, I would ask for a motion to allow us to start negotiations with these firms upon your approval.
You've heard the director's recommendation. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any other discussion or questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Okay, now part 2 of Around the Department, Project Development, Jared Wiley, Chief Engineer of Pre-Construction.
Thank you, Director. Back in August, we talked about, covered part 1 or the first half of our project development process that our staff undertakes on any project that requires us to acquire property to build. So today I want to go over part 2 of that process with you. This graphic on the screen highlights our critical milestones that we have to achieve during our process. You'll see it across the bottom of screens as we progress today. All right, just as a quick reminder, we talked about this table last time. We use a table similar to this one to track the progress of each phase of our project development in-house here at the department. This table includes completion percentages for each phase, target dates, end dates, and an estimated duration that we expect the project development time to take. The timeline you see on the screen represents a medium-sized project from our upcoming STIP. So today I want to cover the last 4 phases in that project development process: the parcel surveys phase, right-of-way acquisition, utility relocation, and bid lettings. And we'll also talk a little bit about construction. But before I dive into those, I want to tell you about an innovation that we've developed around here that we're especially proud of. Roadway Design, under the leadership of our Assistant Chief Engineer for Design, Mike Fugit, began building a 3D visualization team recently to help us better convey what our projects will look like in the real world to the people that we serve. This team creates some really fantastic visualizations by utilizing the same rendering technologies that they use to build video games and CGI movies. What results is a photorealistic rendering of our 3D engineered models that our engineers in-house do and build. And so we're proud of what they've been able to accomplish. The clip I want to show you was put together to show the public how our upcoming project on Highway 112 in Cave Springs will impact a neighborhood. There are some concerns from the community that maybe a vehicle, an errant vehicle, could leave the roadway and and slide up the embankment and end up in somebody's backyard. So our team was able to build this visualization to help us alleviate those concerns. So I'll play that for you now.
RDOT Job 090636 will widen Highway 112 from Pleasant Grove Road north to Highway 12. Due to the large number of homes that would be affected by widening this existing segment of Highway 112 and the sharp curves at Southwest Gator Boulevard and Elk Road, RDOT is proposing to widen the highway on new location behind the St. Valerie Downs neighborhood. This 3D visualization shows the proposed new location section of Highway 112, running behind the St. Valerie Downs neighborhood to the east. Let's see what it would look like to drive this route. This view is heading north on Highway 112, with St. Valerie Downs to the west. The proposed roadway is 2 lanes in each direction, divided by a median. U-turn options are placed intermittently. There is an existing tree line creating a natural buffer to the neighborhood that will remain intact. Additionally, a 45 to 60 foot grassy slope will be established between the neighborhood and the road. Let's turn around and head south. On the southbound side of the highway, you'll see a 5-foot sidewalk. On the northbound side of the highway, plans include a 10-foot shared use path. The new road will be constructed of asphalt pavement, which is quieter than concrete pavement. A noise study has been conducted and found no concerns that would result in a need for additional noise barriers. The road is designed to accommodate speeds of up to 45 miles per hour.
So quite impressive there. We're proud of that group and what they're able to do for us. These visualizations take about a month to develop per project, so it's a pretty good labor, but we think it pays off. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say that it not only helped with the residents there in that area, it helped with the legislators and the other officials. Whenever they saw that, you know, it kind of solved any issues they had or concerns they had with it, and it worked well all the way around.
Yes,
Y'all
sir.
did a great job on that.
Thank you. Thank you. We're proud of them for sure. All right, back to our timeline. Our parcel surveys are a critical component along our pathway to project delivery. Now, these parcel surveys, they begin as soon as the design survey work is complete, so they're not typically on our critical path, but we have to have those completed before right-of-way can begin their process. So, parcel surveys are conducted so that we can delineate the land we need to build a highway. This process begins with title research, where an abstractor obtains deeds from the courthouse, and a land surveyor also obtains original surveys, public and private, to help begin that journey. Then we send field crews out to physically go to the property to collect data on the boundaries and to see what's happening out there on the ground. Internally, we have 3 statewide crews dedicated to this operation, and we use 8 consultant crews as well. So our crews are made up of 4 people and are constantly on statewide travel doing this work. We complete between 750 and 1,000 parcel surveys each year. These surveys are grouped by the job, so in total, our surveys division and our consultant teams completes parcel surveys for 40 to 60 projects each year. On the screen, you'll see what an overall project map looks like from a parcel survey. So this map represents the Mayflower Bypass project that was completed a year or so ago. Each circle represents an individual parcel that's going to be impacted by our project. These surveys include all the properties adjacent to the highway. All right, so back on our tracking table, we can see how this process is moving ahead and moving ahead on schedule. Our parcel surveys are 100% complete on time. And so now that that's done, right-of-way division steps in and takes over the process. They're made up of 7 different sections with 99 total employees. And they're ultimately tasked with acquiring the land we need to build our projects and overseeing that land after the projects are built. So So first, our right-of-way engineering section prepares plans detailing things like access points, remaining property areas, and required right-of-way needed for a project. They also prepare our legal descriptions of the areas that we need to acquire. Next, our appraisals group takes this information and they determine the value of the real property and the related assets on that property. Once the appraisal is completed, we can then begin to acquire property. In 2023, internally, 991 appraisals were completed by our staff, and an additional 250 more were completed by our consultants. So over 1,200 appraisals completed in 2023. Once the valuation of the property needed for construction is complete, the property owner is offered what we call just compensation by one of right-of-way's acquisition agents. Just compensation includes the cost of the property and any severance damages that are attributed to our upcoming project. Our acquisition agent explains the project's impact, and the basis for the compensation value. Then the property owner has a minimum of 30 days to consider our offer and accept it or submit a counteroffer. If we receive a counteroffer, we review that, and at this point we may accept it, we may make a counteroffer ourselves, or we may recommend condemnation if it's deemed appropriate. If a property must be acquired through condemnation, the department sets aside the dollar amount of just compensation with the circuit courts for the landowner. The landowner can obtain that funding anytime, and the landowner also has the opportunity to challenge the value in the courts. Only about 1% of our properties go to condemnation court, so it's not a big percentage, but that process does protect the taxpayer and the landowner there. So contract processing, title review, and closing typically takes about 2.5 to 3 months. In 2023, we acquired about 1,100 property tracts for a total dollar amount of about $55 million. So that speaks to your comment, Mr. Taldo, about that price increasing each year. Right away, I wanted to talk a little bit about this slide. So on the screen, you'll see this is also the Mayflower Bypass project. You'll see some parcel boundaries in green. You'll see red lines representing right-of-way needed to build our project. Tracks 7 and 11 circled on your screen had residents on those tracks. The residence in track 7 was vacant, so they did not need relocation assistance. But on track 11, those 3 residences were inhabited, so we did provide relocation assistance to those landowners. Relocation assistance guarantees a decent, safe, and sanitary replacement dwelling for eligible individuals that are displaced by our highway projects. This also covers businesses, farms, and nonprofits. So our staff works hard to make sure everybody is taken care of when we do come in and impact their residents. Just a quick visual here. This is our Highway 25 extension project west of Conway. Before and after shot, you can see on the left the right-of-way needed in red, and on the right the completed project and how it interfaces with the landscape there. All right, so checking back on our tracking table, we can see now that the necessary right-of-way has been obtained, and we also see that Roadway Design is progressing with finalizing their design work and nearing completion, so we're moving ahead right on schedule. Now we need to start to address utilities that will be impacted by the upcoming project. On your screen, you see a picture on top of utility relocations that were going on Highway 5 in Bryant. And really interesting picture on the bottom. There's a sewer line that had to be bored under Highway 71B due to our Bella Vista bypass project a few years ago. They ran into some snags there with their mechanical equipment and ended up having to hand dig that tunnel, foot by foot, picking that out, jackhammers and shovels, carrying that material out in wheelbarrows and buckets and shoring up the tunnel. It took them 8 months to do that work. So these can be quite extensive sometimes. But utility relocation is a very important part of the process. We have 13 individuals in right-of-way that are dedicated to handling that coordination day in and day out. And again, most of that coordination is ongoing. They work with over 400 municipalities and companies each year. And last year, they processed nearly 1,500 permits in addition to working on construction projects. They're currently working on over 450 projects in various stages. Utility relocation can take anywhere from 2 months to a year and a half, depending on the complexities of that work. Another innovation I want to mention to you guys, recently our division head, Kevin White, came to us and said, we'd like to add some utility coordinator positions out in the field that we could oversee here at central office to help us interface with our construction staff, with our construction contractors, to make sure utilities get relocated into the right place at the right time and to document that relocation. So Director Tudor liked that idea. We agreed, and we've hired those staff members. They're being trained now, and they're going to be out in the field in January starting to help us make progress in that field. So we're excited about that. All right, even though we work hard to minimize delays, I want to show you what happens when delays do ultimately happen sometimes. So in this tracker, roadways finished their work, but utilities we expected to be complete by September of 29, but they're really only 30% complete because of some delays. So we've seen that date shift about 9 months, which causes our letting date to push subsequently 9 months as well. So we have to track that and make sure we're scheduling these projects as they get ready to go to construction. We do our best not to let projects before utilities we have certainty that they're going to be out of the way, relocated, so that our contractors can progress the work once they start. So just a couple of examples.
Jared,
Yes,
Jared,
sir.
I'm sorry, before we get off the utilities, I know that's just one of the hardest things for us to plan for, because you just don't know the complexity of it, the other things that you have to deal with, or that the utility company has to deal with, moving their right of way, and then the construction of it. I know we've got a piece of legislation in our package dealing with that to some degree. Do we have we had much feedback from that? I know it was presented at our Jonesboro meeting, and I think we got some quick feedback from a couple utility companies. So I just wondered where we were with that legislation.
We're working to put, I think we have a meeting scheduled with the legislators that are interested in this legislation, along with the representatives from the utility companies to get their feedback on this legislation. Do we have that date set yet?
Yes, I believe it's December 17th.
December 17th, okay. So we're bringing them to the table to discuss future legislation to help to alleviate some of the problems that we face when it comes to relocating utilities.
And I feel your pain. I feel their pain too. You know, it's just a hard. They can't sit around and budget money for a project that may or may not happen next year. So there's a time frame that they have to work within too. But I know I've sit there and watched a project in Jonesboro, Hilltop 351, that has been going on for years, and it's drug on because moving the utilities is such a complex thing there at an intersection. So I mean, I hope you can find a meeting of the minds with everybody and get something done to speed this process up, because it would certainly help the public.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And a few real-world examples. We had a widening project here in Central Arkansas a couple years ago. The utility got relocated, but it wasn't relocated into the proper location. It ended up delaying that project that was under construction about 2 years. In Northeast Arkansas, we had a utility company that changed ownership during our coordination process. That delayed us about 15 months. And then in Northwest Arkansas recently, we had a utility that did not, they declined to move their utility and pursue litigation, and that cost about 3.5 years in total timeline on that project. So these examples are real, and they happen sometimes.
And then with the inflation that we've been seeing every year, that just really almost it destroys the bid process in a way.
Yes, sir.
So,
Yeah, they lead to at least additional costs for sure for the taxpayers as well. All right, so regardless of delays, our program management division, they're constantly monitoring the status of our project development process. I spent 5 years of my career there and learned so much about it during that time. On the left side of your screen, you'll see our 2025 bid letting calendar. Our bid lettings are shown, it's hard to see, I know, it's, the bid lettings are shown in red. This calendar, though, is built around those bid lettings. So the blue boxes represent our Monday morning staff meetings where our staff gets together. We all sit in the room and we talk about status, challenges. We get an update on all of our projects. We turn page by page and look at those. The light green boxes show the dates that we inform you, the commission, of the projects that we plan to take bids on the upcoming month. And the darker green are when we advertise those projects for construction. Our program management group is constantly managing our federal funding, making sure they use the right funding on the right project at the right time. They run cash forecasting to make sure we can afford to let that project when we want to let it. Once we do have a bid letting finalized, a date finalized, program management works with other divisions in the room to ensure that we have all the things on that checklist that are required to take bids. We need right-of-way certification, utility status certification, our final environmental permits, and what we think that project is going to cost us so we can set up the funding with the Federal Highway Administration. So once these boxes are all checked and all of our major tasks are complete, you can see on the screen, we're ready to take bids. So this is a bid letting timeline. We've talked about everything up to advertisement. When a project's ready, we advertise it for a minimum of 4 weeks. More complex projects may be advertised 8, 12, even 16 weeks. During that time, contractors compile their bids, work with suppliers, coordinate with subcontractors to try to develop a competitive bid. During that time, our contractors also submit questions for clarification on our plans and proposals. Program management coordinates all those answers, and they answer every contractor question before the bid letting. They post those on our website for all to see, so there's a level playing field ensured for everyone. After bids are submitted on letting day, our awards committee does a bid analysis of all those bids. We meet and discuss what we think we should do. We make recommendations to the director to award or reject based on our analysis. After the projects have been awarded, we execute those construction contracts and bonds, and then we're ready to go to construction. In 2024, we awarded 238 projects for $1.3 billion. So, again, now we're all complete, our timeline. Now it's time to build the project. Our construction staff, they do a great job overseeing this work around the state. They're comprised of 500 employees, including those in the central office, and 31 resident engineer offices across our state. Right now we have 185 active projects going on, totaling $3.4 billion in total construction contract value. These projects can take anywhere from a few months for a small pavement preservation project to multiple years for a complex project. So now that we're under construction, my pre-construction team now shifts to an assistant role. We assist the operations staff in the administration of the project as needed. I want to thank my team, our division heads here that do a great job of leading this effort. I also want to say thank you to all those hundreds of employees who help that aren't here today. They work hard day in and day out to deliver these projects to make sure they're built to our specifications. We're very proud of them. As I close, I want to play a video, and I'll open up for questions while the video is playing to save time. But this is a drone shot of the Springdale Bypass project that's underway. Emery Sapp & Sons, our contractor, took this drone shot and sent it to us, and I wanted you to see some of it today. Any questions while that plays?
Yeah, Jared, I just wanted to piggyback on what you were saying about the staff. I mean, 185 projects, the biggest project yesterday in our department's history. It's just amazing. And we appreciate so much what you do in pre-construction and what Rex does in construction, and the whole team. I wish we could thank each individual person every time. There's just not enough thanks to go around for as many projects as we have going with such a relatively small department as compared to other states. Everybody's doing a major work. And just for me personally, on 30 Crossing, Kelly Wiley, I mean, that has been the project of her career, and we had everything on the line. You know, the design build process, and just such a huge project. And her work having having the contractor community, stakeholder community, being forward-facing with the public. Just appreciate you so much, Kelly. Thank you for that. It's great. And everyone
Absolutely.
involved. So,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you.
Jared, yesterday we heard, I think maybe Lori mentioned it, that this project, 30 Crossing project, was completed several months ahead of schedule. What was it, 6 months ahead of 6 months ahead of schedule? I know people are going to ask, what was it that caused that to happen, and why is that not the norm? Why is that so spectacular to get a project completed early, specifically one as large as that was, when other projects sometimes are 6 or 8 months or a year late?
Sure, I think it.
Yeah.
You know, I'll do my best, and I may have to defer to Kelly, but it speaks to the level of involvement we've had with that project from the beginning. Great consultants, great contractors, great RDOT staff working together. Any problem that arose, they tackled it quickly. And you know, if you saw that schedule, we showed it on the screen on the back wall one time. It spans from door to door. So many milestones on that schedule, and they executed it beautifully.
How can we, are there things we can do to not, I don't want to use the word ensure or guarantee, but to encourage that kind of involvement on future projects?
There are. I mean, the 13 efficiency reviews that Crystal reported on earlier, we're taking knowledge from that. We're taking knowledge from every construction project we do, and we start today or tomorrow off better than today. So we learn from everything we do, and we keep getting better. We're proud of that. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, let me finish by saying I'm thoroughly impressed by the work that was done, the timeline, the completion timeline, and I really want to thank everybody on the staff. Echo what you said, Marie. That was incredible work, and it's really causes some enthusiasm in the public, I think, to think that that we're continuing to go down that road in the future and see that kind of performance. So, job well done on everybody's part.
Thank you, sir. A lot of hard work from everyone. Yeah.
Thank you, Jared. You know, when you see that all in one presentation, it really is, it just brings so much gratitude in my heart to our employees, because getting these projects ready and then the contract and then inspecting the construction and just what we do day in and day out is a tremendous job. And I guess we're like we don't really realize how much we're doing till something like this, like what you've done in the part 1 and part 2. So thank you for doing that for us. Kind of opens all of our eyes, I guess, that, we do a lot. And with our contractors and with our consultants and the partnerships that we've created, we are really doing a good job of delivering these projects. So I just want to say thank you to all the staff, thank you to our consultants, thank you to our contractors, everyone involved, and to our commission who support us in everything that we do to make sure we have the tools we need to be a good RDOT. Because being a strong RDOT makes all the other parts work really well together. So,
Lori,
thank
I just
you.
want to say one thing, that there's not another thing that you can do that doesn't get the public's attention more than a huge pile of red dirt. If you really want to get their attention, maybe we ought to put an RDOT sign on top of it or something. I don't know. I mean, that video that you saw, people are just talking about it all over the place. It's amazing.
Yeah, I like to see red dirt. Okay, so upcoming events. Okay, so December 11th, we have our retirement board Christmas dinner. December 17th, that's the meeting we were just discussing. It's been scheduled So we'll have that. Vice Chairman Taldo will be in, you're still planning on coming, right? Okay, good. We'll have the legislators that are interested in this legislation, along with representation from the utility companies. December 18th is the Highway Commission Review and Advisory Subcommittee meeting, and we'll be giving them an update on our projects more than $10 million, on our efficiency review progress, and whatever else they would like to talk about that day. Legislative package, okay. Then it's Christmas. Somebody go buy my gifts for me. I have not done one thing. And then New Year's, and then January 9th and 10th is the AAPA Technical Conference. I'm scheduled to speak, I think, on January 9th, and I'm looking forward to that, getting some PDHs before I retire, because as we all know, I'm retiring on January 10th.
I was gonna
So
say, you
I'm
left
going to
that date
spend
off.
it. I'm going to spend it on. I'm going to spend it with AAPA, getting PDHs, and talking about partnering with our conscience. I see Lance back there. You need to take me to lunch, Lance. Some dry chicken and green beans. That's what we'll have. Anyway, it'll be great. That technical conference is always great. And then after that, January 15th is the legislator orientation, like we were talking about earlier. We have a meeting set up with Holly Springs to talk about a project, an intersection project there. Martin Luther King Day holiday. Northwest Arkansas Board of Realtors meeting. You're going to be attending that, Vice Chairman Taldo.
They caught me in a weak moment.
I guess. And then the Washington briefing is between February 10th and 13th. Some of our staff will be attending that to get up to date on everything going on in Washington. Yes?
Tell me a little bit about that. Who conducts that?
That's conducted by the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, AASHTO. They put that on every year, and it's just a focus on getting congressional members to come and talk to our staff, congressional staff members. We're just talking about all things going on. This year there'll be a lot of discussion about reauthorization, because believe it or not, IIJA is fixing to come to its end, and there'll be a new highway legislation bill and act that will follow. And so we're all together, DOTs from across the nation, come in and try to inform that conversation of what the next legislation is going to look like. And it's just a good time to get together with our peers across the whole nation and to hear what's going on in Washington.
Do we do any visits at that time with our Arkansas delegation?
Yes, sometimes we do. This year, I'm not sure. I guess more to come on that.
Okay.
Because I'm going to be, I don't know what I'm going to be doing.
Well,
I don't know, but I'm sure that
maybe we hire you as a consultant to go out there.
Okay, President's Day holiday, and then the next Highway Commission meeting will be February 19th, and hopefully you'll have your newest commission member on board, and all that will be, that'll be a great meeting. I'll tune in from, the beach or somewhere.
Nobody talked to me about that.
RDOT's District Service Awards. I'm not going to go through all that, but you've got that on your calendars. I've seen that we'll have commission representation at each one of them, which I really appreciate. It means a lot to the staff to see your support and come out. And, you were talking about, Marie, you'd like to just tell each one of them thank you. Well, that's kind of the opportunity. You can't just get to each one-on-one, but it is an opportunity to see all the folks out in the field and in the central offices, and it's going to be a great December. Okay, I need to ask for your approval to submit 2 applications for the fiscal year 2025 RAISE Grant Program. Maximum of $25 million for each of these projects will be requested if you approve. Springdale Northern Bypass, and then the Highway 72227 intersection improvements in Dardanelle. The Springdale Bypass will be that 4th leg. That's what we will submit for possible funding. The total estimated cost for that project is around $300 million, and then the maximum you can get from the RAISE grant would be $25 million. We'll ask for the maximum, and also ask for the maximum for this intersection improvement in Dardanelle. It's going to be a really nice project for the city, and they're working with us on that. So, can I get a motion to submit these RAISE grant applications?
Okay, our director's recommendation, do I hear a motion? Motion, do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion or questions, comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
You can do that too.
Can I vote?
Today, one time special, one time.
Lori, is this, will there be other RAISE grants throughout the year?
Yes, well, can you speak to that, Jared?
So this is the 2025 RAISE grant, so we expect to see it again in 2026. But a lot of those other larger grants under IIJA, that money's all been doled out, so we don't expect to see any opportunities there next year unless something changes.
So these are the I don't mean the way it sounds, these are the only 2 that we'll be applying for in 2025.
There may be some bridge grant funding out there that we'll seek, similar to what we got funded for the 55 bridge and the 49 bridge, but
Okay.
the big grant funding opportunities, there are no more for a little while. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Danny Keene, our Equipment and Procurement Division Head, is going to come up and give you a report on the auction.
Thank you. Good morning. Just a brief update on our annual fall auction. We did quite well, relatively speaking, on that. It was a small auction, considerably smaller than maybe past years. Pricing is still good. We grossed $850,000. Sorry, I'll start over. Okay. We had a good auction. It was down in numbers, just due to still supply chain issues and delivery of equipment and vehicles. It's still it's not on a consistent pace, so we just try to adjust to that, which means instead of our conventional, very large annual fall auction, we sometimes now supplement that with a spring auction, which we did in the spring, which was about a $450,000 auction. In the fall, we had a $850,000 auction. Fortunately, thanks to the director and Patrick, we're able to, the net proceeds go in a capital outlay budget that is a kind of a rollover type budget. So we get to keep all of those proceeds. They go directly back into buying new equipment. We sold several highway police pursuit SUVs. We're thankful to the chief for that. And just pickup trucks, which we're still waiting. We're getting delivery as we speak of a lot of our truck fleet, so we'll probably have another spring auction. We did sell a big striper that was fully functional for $52,000. So a big loader or 2. It was small, but it was a good auction, and it was another compliment to the staff out there who, throughout the year, they do such a great job with our preventive maintenance program, which people love coming to our auction, and they know that it's one owner. We take care of it, we service it, we clean it, and you'd just be amazed at how well the pricing is. So with that, for any questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
just want to say, Danny, just seeing the trucks out in the state,
Mhm.
what a great job y'all do, looking good and maintaining those trucks. And it really gives the public a lot of confidence that we care about details. And if we care about the details on our equipment and the way we take care of our equipment, that translates to the way we take care of our roads and their safety. And so I think that means the world. I've been impressed seeing all the equipment around the state. It just really looks good, and we appreciate everything you do for that.
Thank you so much. And it's such a direct reflection of the commitment we've had just over the past several years from the administration to keep our funding up, where our fleet is so much better than what it used to be. And yeah, our folks out in the districts, they take pride and try to keep those things clean and nice and good operating conditions. So thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, Danny. Well, Chairman, that concludes my report.
Well, thank you very much.
Kick it back to you.
All right, well. From this point on, there's a lot of moving parts here, so we've kind of had a collision of different issues to come up, but I was going to start with, before we go any further, just make a comment that, as everyone knows, Director Tudor has submitted her letter of intending to retire on January 10th of 2025. We reluctantly, kicking and screaming, accepted it yesterday. Would you like to speak, or would you like the commission to speak first, or do you have some comments prepared to say? Well, go ahead, the floor is yours. I don't know if your microphone's on.
It's time for me to go because I can obviously not operate my equipment today. So I just want to say that it's been such an honor and privilege to serve the commission in the state of Arkansas and RDOT for the last 41 years. It's been a wonderful and fulfilling career, and I don't regret 1 minute of any of it. You know, a lot of you know my story. I started off, I went back to school. I could have done anything, but I decided to come back to RDOT, and I have never regretted the decision. But the highlight of my career has definitely been to serve as your director for the last 5 years. And I'm grateful beyond measure to the commission for... Maybe y'all should talk first. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm grateful beyond measure for giving me a chance and believing in me. I mean, in my own little heart, sometimes I'm still that little clerk typist way back then in 1981 that couldn't even get to work on time because I had a little baby and I didn't know what the heck I was doing. But y'all gave me the opportunity of a lifetime, and it's been awesome. I have enjoyed every minute of it, and I've especially enjoyed just working so closely with the staff to make things better. And I could not have had any measure of success without the amazing staff at RDOT. They have worked diligently alongside me. Everything that we've done together. And, you know, if I just can't tell you how much I have relied on them and sought their wisdom and sought their we made decisions together, and we were stronger because of that. But most importantly, my faith in God's promises to provide guidance, strength, and wisdom has sustained me through challenges, both public and private, that people didn't see here at RDOT. There's been a lot of challenges that we faced over the last 5 years, and He has never failed me. So my phrase, "It's going to be fine," that's where it comes from. And I just have to say that publicly because this 5-year journey was I couldn't have made it without the commission support, without RDOT staff support, and without my faith. So I'm looking forward to the next chapter in life, whichever direction I take. I will always, always, always be a strong advocate for the Highway Commission, for RDOT, and the transportation industry, our consultants, our contractors, our support, Good Roads, Arkansas Trucking, Federal Highway Administration. I am a strong believer in what we're doing. I'm a strong believer in it's just very, very, very important work. And I look forward to the continued success of the Highway Commission and RDOT. And thank you all for everything you've done for me.
Does anybody have anything to add?
Lori, you do say it's going to be fine all the time. And every time you say it's going to be fine, you stop yourself and you say it's going to be great. And you always correct yourself. And it is going to be great, and it has been great. And thank you so much for everything you've done. It's been a privilege and an honor to work with you my entire tenure on the commission. And we're going to miss you so much. And we'll see the benefits for many, many years of the changes you've made here at the department. And we appreciate your service and your entire career, not just the past few years. Thank you.
Lori, Madam Director, Ms. Tudor, friend, I'm honored to call you a friend. It's been an honor and a privilege to work with you over the last 6 years. You've been an amazing leader, and I remember I've said this on several occasions, and you've been with me a couple of times when I've said it. The best decision this commission made in my tenure has been to hire you as director, and I still feel that way. Your level of professionalism, leadership, knowledge, commitment, dedication, your honor, and your loyalty, and your humility that you exhibit is, in my mind, the perfect definition of servant leadership. And I know I appreciate it. I know everyone appreciates it. We are going to miss you, and we wish you the best in everything you do.
How come I have to go after these two all the time? Lori, I appreciate you helping and guiding me through a lot of the issues and things that I've dealt with. She's backed me 100% on a lot of things that have come up over the past 8 years. She did it too before she was director, so I got 8 years out of her. And I do appreciate you and your leadership and the how can I say it? The what you given to other ladies in the department and in the state government, and seeing you up at the top of this organization, one of the biggest organizations in the state, third biggest, I guess, if you count it just by employees, and you've just been a great role model. I know I've got 5 granddaughters, and I grabbed that newspaper today, and I'll show that to them. I said, I know this lady right here, and y'all can do this too. And I appreciate that leadership and being a role model to all these young ladies out there.
Well, I'm the least, so I guess I go last except for the chairman. And it's not fair that you're retiring. In my only 2 years, everybody else has a whole lot more years. But you have, from a beginner of trying to learn what goes on in the department, you have been wonderful to me of explaining, as well as the whole staff. It's not fair that you're leaving the job at least to me. It's not fair. But I know that you will have time, you, your husband, family, to do a lot of things that you have put off for a long time. So go, enjoy. I can say everything that everybody else has said, because you have been wonderful for this department. To me personally, I'm happy that you're going to get to do those things that you want to do. Well, I'm sure you wanted to do this too, but it's a different attitude. It's a different way of life. So go, enjoy. Remember us every once in a while and drop by or something. I don't know, but good luck in the future. I know that your faith is strong. I know that you're looking for what to do, and may the Lord lead you. So thank you.
Well, your story is inspiring to so many people. You've been a role model. I'm going to just repeat what everybody else has said, but it needs to be repeated. You've established a direction and a culture, this organization, that we can build on, and your accomplishments and your legacy will last as long as there's an RDOT. Appreciate you. Okay, now I handled that. Now the easy stuff, yes. Yeah, no, that's very appropriate. I feel like Lori and I grew up together in this place. She had me beat by 30 years, but I was a fast learner, I guess, maybe. But, we do appreciate everything. Now I've got my composure back. We appreciate everything you've done for this department. We're in such a better place today because of you. Moving right along. My time is drawing near. I was kind of upset that I wasn't on the upcoming events that my leader, but that's okay. No, but it's time to select a new chair, and I would open the floor for a nomination for the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I have the honor today, two things. One is to thank you for your service as chairman. All the things that we've said, rightly so, about the director this morning, I think can equally apply to you. And so, would you like me to repeat those things?
No.
We'll just proclaim that they all apply to you, Mr. Chairman. What an honor it's been and a privilege it's been to serve with you as you've guided the commission over the last 2 years. It's been a real lesson to watch you do that. A real talk about a role model. You've done a great job, Mr. Chairman, and we thank you for your leadership, and may I give you a hand for that. But knowing that this is the process that we move on, I look forward with great excitement to the next 2 years under the man I'm about to nominate for chairman. He's proven himself also to be a man worthy of this position, and the next 2 years will be exciting with his leadership and a new director working together. Look forward to all the things that we all including the staff here, we all have to look forward to. It's going to be a great 2 years under the man I'm going to nominate, which is Philip Taldo.
A motion for Philip. Do I hear a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any other discussion? Any other comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Big heart, big heart.
Aye.
Aye.
Congratulations.
This is where this is where I choke up now, right?
Go for it. This is the day to do it.
Well, it's quite an honor, and I appreciate the nomination, and I'll, I've got Alec, I've followed him. If I could, I told Lori this a few months ago. I said, if I could just do half of what Alec's done, when I get to that point, I'll be happy. I don't know how he did it all and does it all, and but I'll do. I got this saying I use all the time. I'll do what I can with what I got to work with, and that's what I'll do. And I just feel like I've kind of been put on a spot since we're losing Lori and Alec both at the same time here. So I will have Lori for 10 days into my into January. But anyway, all I can say is I'll do the best I can. Thank you.
And I just want to say, known you longer than anybody on the commission. We actually started together on the governor's working group when I was a commissioner, and you were AEDC before you moved over. And you're somebody who'll ask the tough questions. You're a successful, self-made businessman, and understand that while you can't run the government like a business, you can run it more business-like. And you're a big family man. I mean, a big family man. And I think that the way you treat your family, I think, correlates to the RDOT family. So I'm excited for you. I know you do a great job.
Thank you.
All right, now we will accept nominations for vice chairman.
I nominate Keith Gibson.
Keith, got a second?
I second that.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of Keith Gibson serving as vice chair starting January 1st of 2025, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations. All right, we got two things to do here. That was my cue. Perhaps I would not have picked that cue, but. No, I just want to say it's been great. 10 years have been unbelievable experience. As you know, I'm a big believer in celebrating our victories, and been fortunate to have a front row seat these last 10 years while we've had so many victories. So humor me a couple minutes while I share some of them. Like I said, the first few months spent working on managing the decline of the system. I learned about that right off the bat. Then we dove into the governor's working group on highway funding. And there's been some dramatic changes for the better since then. We made it through the special session of 2016 when we almost couldn't meet our minimum state match for obligation for federal dollars. We made it through the 2019 regular session with the governor's leadership, and a large majority of both chambers of the legislature approved the Act 416 and referring issue 1 to the voters. We made it through the changing of directors during a pandemic, keeping the supply chain open while in the middle of the Issue 1 campaign, and an efficiency audit that in the end had no significant findings, and we're over 75% complete on implementing the recommendations now. We made it through the 2020 election when the voters approved Issue 1 with 55% of the vote in 72 counties. In 2021, we were lucky and made it through the Memphis Bridge scare, repairing the bridge in less than 3 months and making the department and our bridge inspection program better in the long run. And we've completed or started all of our Cap 1 projects and so many other big projects. And I got a list of them. The Big Rock Interchange, which we did the ribbon cutting 6 months after I got appointed. Now we're doing the 30 crossing a few days before I go off, so it's good bookends. I-49 to the Missouri line, widening projects on I-30, I-40, Arkansas Highway 10, U.S. routes 49, 63, 64, 65, 67, 70, 78, 82, and 412. Bridge projects such as the Pocahontas Bridge, US 67, another one of the funny ones, the US 70 Broadway Bridge, when we couldn't get that one to fall. I left that out of my beginning there. That should have gone. The US 412 Black Rock Bridge, and the secured grants for the I-55 Memphis Bridge, the I-49 Arkansas River Bridge, and the US 49 Helena Bridge. The new projects like I-57 Corning Bypass, the US 49 Jonesboro Bypass, the Highway 612 Springdale Bypass, and X&A Access Road. Congratulations on that. And designated 2 new interstates, 57 and 555. We've even started to make progress with our rural bridges and highways. We made huge strides in transparency, communication, highway safety, technology, innovation, both internally and externally with our industry stakeholders. We made big improvements in employee salaries, career advancement opportunities, and safety, even though sadly we can never do enough to improve safety. Lots happened, excuse me, the last 10 years, almost all of it good. Much of the credit goes to the people in this room, especially Director Tudor and our RDOT staff, but also to our industry stakeholders, to our federal, state, and local officials, and to my fellow commissioners. So thank you all for your support, leadership, and commitment to investing in Arkansas's future. And thank you for allowing me to be part in the arena. Thank you. Excuse me. All right, moving right along. Sorry. We have another little matter to do now. With Lori stepping down January 10th, we need to find her replacement. And the process started yesterday when we went into executive session to talk to Lori. We were kind of limited on time, so I would recommend that we go into executive session again for the discussion of Lori's resignation.
You need a motion.
I need a motion.
Can we hold off on that? Now, here's where it gets a little tricky.
As I said, we were just kind of playing this game.
We've got a proclamation we need to read.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know about that.
And then we'll go, and then that.
All right.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
Okay. Whereas 10 years have passed since January 2015, and with their passing will cause to expire in January 2025, your term as member of the Arkansas State Highway Commission, we, the undersigned, your friends and fellow commissioners, those who will miss your comradeship, sound counsel, and words of encouragement, wish for your future the best of everything. We wish to recognize you for your tireless efforts and acclaim your devotion to the service of this commission. Your personal contributions over the past 10 years have promoted progress and economic growth in this great state through sound planning and the application of business principles in the development, construction, and maintenance of overall state highway system. And whereas, because of the imminent loss of the aforementioned knowledge and service to this commission, these members, acting in their best interest, do herewith, through this instrument, serve formal notice that you are hereby directed and expected to continue to serve this commission and the state of Arkansas. Now, therefore, with high esteem, we do hereby bestow upon you ad infinitum the title Commissioner Emeritus.
Thank you.
Chairman? Oh, getting my hair. Okay, so you said you wanted a pen. and you did.
That's a very big pen.
And,
Lorraine.
I thought, well, this is going to be hard to wear.
Yeah.
But okay, whatever. This is the commission seal we've been given, and he said, I don't want that big old thing. I want a pen. So instead of that, I got you a pen.
Awesome. Thank you. Now can we go ahead with the, just want to make sure.
That motion, Alan.
Motion to go into executive session. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. We're going to move into executive session. We're going to go upstairs to the conference room up there on the 10th floor. You're welcome to stay. I can't tell you how long we're going to be gone or anything else until we get up there and meet. But I appreciate everybody showing up today. And hope to see you again. Thank you. good? Okay. I'd like to call this regular meeting back into order and move out of executive session. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Got a
Second.
motion, second. All those in favor? signify by-
Aye.
And we're now back in the regular meeting. As per the law, we report on our actions in the executive session when we take actions. First, let me say that Lori obviously has been to the department for a long time, 41 years. We've known that her retirement date was coming up in August, so even though we were somewhat surprised at the timing of it, it's not like it caught us completely off guard. So I know myself, as the other commissioners over the last year or so, have taken that into account and have considered what the future looks like for the department. I think Philip Taldo said it best up there, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're very happy with the direction the department's going. We feel like things are in the right track. We're making progress in the areas where we're deficient. There's no reason to change course. That said, we asked ourselves that question, are we going in the right direction? We checked the box there. Do we have the talent in the department? We checked the box there. And do we have somebody we think's a clear choice? And we checked the box there. So I would entertain a motion to approve the next director of Arkansas State Highway, or the Arkansas Department of Transportation is Jared Wiley.
So moved.
We got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations, Jared.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairman, Commission. Thanks for all your support and, all the service you provided to us and me over the years. I'm so thankful to that. Lori, thank you for your leadership, for bringing me in the room all those years ago and seeing something in me. It means a lot. You have my word. I'm going to carry on your legacy with our great staff here. We're going to keep accomplishing things that you started, and we're going to keep them going. So thank you so much.
Lori, did you have anything?
I think you all made an excellent choice. Jared's a great leader, and he's going to do a fantastic job for you guys, and I'm so proud for him. And he has such a wonderful. We do have such a strong staff, so it's just going to be. You will not miss me one bit, I promise. It's like, that thing where you stick your hand in the bucket and you bring it out, and how long do you miss? It'll be just like that. It's all great. I'm so excited for the future of this department.
Oh, thank you. Any other commissioner have anything to add? Again, Jared, we know you'll do a fantastic job. The commissioners are all pulling for you. Your success is their success. And I know we've got a bright future ahead for the department. So thank you again. Thank you for everybody who's stayed and waited through this process. And I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.